Greetings, fellow weebs. How do you do? My name is David Sinero, and today we are playing Vampyr. I don't want to say it properly because they should have called it the actual name. If it was Vampire, I should have called it Vampire. Let's go. Night shift. You know, hello Arrogance, hello Melty. How are you guys? Do you think Throw will murder me if I play Fate Extra next? As long as you explain the lore, it should be fine. I think he already knows the lore.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
He knows everything there is to know about Fate. Have you played it, Melty?
The pain. There again. Yes, Doctor?
Exactly how bad is the supply situation here at Pembroke?
It really...
That's all.
She doesn't have to say. I didn't beat it. Well, it's a PSP RPG. I'm probably just cheating if I can. I know how the first game goes story-wise now. Yeah, you must because of the anime, right? Because the anime is a sequel. If I'm not mistaken, it's game, anime, and then Extella, right?
Fear and disgust on every street corner. The daily routine.
You know, I think Fate is exactly the kind of thing that if Pro ever saw that chart with the Fate universe, he'd be like, okay, I'm done with life.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Doc.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Fear and disgust on every street corner. The
Hello again, Dr. Reed. I feel better.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Hampton? I can't help but notice the cross around your neck.
I manage a night asylum for the poor and homeless of the docks, and I try to guide the lost and hesitant on the right path to our Lord.
Because I really struggle to think of any franchise that is more complicated than Fate. Than the Nazuverse.
Are you a priest, Mr. Hampton? A deacon, maybe?
Not at all, Doctor. I'm just a man of faith willing to preach the good word.
Why didn't you use your cross against William Bishop? To repel him somehow?
That's a very strange question, Doctor. A cross is no magical token, if that's what you were trying to say. Not mine, anyway.
Have you made friends since you arrived?
Not really, but I recognize Miss Harriet Jones. I knew her when she lived by the docks. That poor woman had such a miserable life.
You never came to see her here at Pembroke. Receiving visits when sick can be an important part of the healing process, you know. We're not just bodies.
You're preaching to the converted now, Doctor. To be truly honest, I thought she was dead. She left the docks many months ago.
How do you feel, Mr. Hampton? Medically speaking, I mean.
I feel exhausted. Beyond exhaustion, actually. William drank so much of my blood in his madness. I feel empty.
You're in good hands here. Dr. Swansea is well versed in blood transfusion, and I'm sure he'll take the best care of you.
Thank you, sir. I believe all I need is rest. And then I can go back to the people who need me.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later.
It's out, isn't it? Both,
It's locked.
She-Hulk and Rings of Power are finished.
On every street corner. The daily routine.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich, vibrant blood.
You get squad. Oh,
Tell me, Thelma, what do you really know about vampires?
I saw one and he saw me. I watched him hunt and kill. I saw his terrible wounds heal as his victim died. And then I knew I was saved.
You mean you actually saw a vampire? Here in London?
Yes, and it has been the answer to my pain. I must drink and kill to regenerate my decaying body. I am a vampire too.
You have no idea what problems your claim could cause if heard by the wrong people, Miss Howcroft. You must stop this nonsense now.
Why fear the truth? Strange things live in the dark, Dr. Reed. Strange and ancient beings that were here before this island even had a name.
damn, sounds really good. I'm probably still watching it. While I do something else, obviously.
Tell me, Thelma, why do you feel so attached to Mr. Elwood? Why him?
I'm not sure, Doctor. I think we have a bond of some sort. We've both suffered so much. He's the only mortal I find interesting.
That's gonna why I really like the last episode of She-Hulk. The actual last or the one before? Best part of She-Hulk was Adrian Chase from Arrow. Was he a lawyer?
Do you plan to make him a vampire too?
Of course not. How could I inflict my curse on anybody else? I'm not that cruel, Doctor.
Like some assistant bitcher or something? Okay. Maybe, I was just thinking maybe he was doing the exact same, the same role.
Would you say you and Mr. Elwood are romantically involved?
No. No, Thomas is a delicate soul. Even though he disguises it. But I am not the woman he needs. No, for I am a vampire, Doctor.
He was a DA, yeah. He got it from Laurel.
Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
Daily routine.
Just imagine if he was the DA in She-Hulk and you could be like, oh my god, the Arrowverse is in the MCU.
Good evening.
Evening.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Fear and disgust on every street corner. The daily routine.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Doctor.
Yeah, even if I take a little longer, I think I'm still watching every
Goodbye,
MCU
Nurse.
thing. Because let's be honest, I watched What If. Nothing has been worse than What If.
My sweet girl. Reads me like a book.
I'm quite bit.
Do you think Dr. Strickland has any chance of curing the Spanish flu by himself?
His wish to cure the sick is not driven by pride, but by an idealistic view about our mission here. Honestly, I don't know which is worse.
You consider him a good practitioner, yet you will not report his methods.
Strickland may be a rival, but I will not use dirty tricks or regulations to prove him wrong. We are doctors, not politicians.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
In circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit. Good evening, Doctor.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick. Good evening, Mr.
I'm okay.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I've...
Why did your mother have you hospitalized here? She seems convinced this is a bad hospital.
My mother just wants the best for me. She won't rest while I'm here. She'd go all the way to hell and back to help me.
Is your mother bothering you? As your doctor, I can ask her to leave you alone if you would prefer.
That's tempting, Doctor. But you have no idea what my mother is capable of. She would tie herself to my bed if you asked her to leave.
Well, I can change you. I can change you from that.
Pembroke Hospital may look unorthodox, but rest assured you're in good hands here.
It's not me you have to convince, Dr. Reed. It's my mother.
I have to go now, sir.
Good evening, sir. Doctor. My sweet girl. Reads me like a book.
What can I? Where's Mr. Store?
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor.
Milton, or as I call him, Mr. Store.
I'd like to...
Wise choice, Doctor.
Doesn't have what I need. Potassium, sodium hypochlorite, potassium per ferrous tartrate.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor.
I'd like to see you.
Wise choice.
Good evening, Dr. Tibbets.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
I really don't think so.
Goodbye, Dr. Tibbets. Good evening, Nurse.
Good evening.
Goodbye, Nurse.
How was your day, guys? What are you going to top off with She-Hulk? Hey Ruben, how are you?
Hey, Doc. I'll leave you for now, Mr. Hey, Doc. I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
Mine was good, mine. Got some work done, which really needed. Thinking of rewatching a really obscure show. How about you watch Heaven's Feel? My top 3 fictional doctors. Well, very hard question. Actually, I started watching Dororo. Oh, nice. Very good.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
I don't know. I definitely like Doctor Strange.
Please show me what you... Of course.
Yeah. Pretty cool, front-loaded for sure, keep you entertained, slows down a wee bit around 5-6. Yeah, and they made it way faster. Because in the original, it's a 100-something demons. So it's like, some of them have like really specific things. What is he, regenning testicle hair? Yeah, things like that. Some of them I don't think you even know what they are for. But in the video... No, it's 52, sorry, I think. Yeah, 52 demons. They made her house, maybe. And I was making it double twice. Did they make it house? I don't even know. Sure. But yeah, there's a video game about Dororo called The Blood Will Tell. It's like a Devil May Cry type game. Starts in black and white because that's how they portray the lack of eyes and stuff. Which is kind of cool, I think. Hello, Cyan, how are you? How was your day? Clearly Dr. Tenma from Astro Boy. Dr. Gero from Dragon Ball. And what's his name from Monster? What about the doctor from Genshin Impact? No. I am kidding, by the way. Both Dr. Ghetto is a bitch. And Dr. Tenma is an interesting character. That's about it. Not. Definitely not. What about Dr. Wily? Dr. Wily is only good for the music. Dr. Light. He's not good for anything. Yeah. How is there no stealth? Who? That's how he says it. I have never played Mega Man X. Sorry. Oh. Oh, how about you fight the vampire you have right next to you, sir? Surprised you haven't. It's way more weed. How am I outside of the map? What? Okay. Maybe I'm not opening that.
It's one of them!
I was looking at this and thinking I was the white thing, not the red one.
vicious bugger!
Oh, what a nice suck. I guess now I want to know.
It's wonderful actually sitting here and listening to you talk because I mean yours is the most impersonated voice in the business, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
everybody.
I can do it.
Can you do it?
Yeah. Hello, my name is Michael Caine. I'm finished yet. I'm not finished yet. Not many people know that. I sound like this bloody moron. I mean, you know, my name's Michael Caine. So he can't really, you know. You know where they've got me now? On a they have me on the birthday cards, you know.
Yes, when you're with them.
It's your birthday today. Not many people know that. Now they've got me, you know, on the satellite navigation.
Yeah.
You know, where you're in the car, where
Yeah.
it's me going, now take the second turn in on and you'll wind up right in the shit. If anybody's got a sat nav with me giving instructions on it, I should watch out where you go. That's all. We looked into it. I said, everyone said, have you been doing sat navs? I said, no, I don't do sat navs. You know, I don't do birthday cards either. But all I have to print is that this is an impersonation by Joe Snow.
That's right.
And you can't do anything.
That's right, exactly. So,
yeah.
What
I mean, it's cool that people can laugh about themselves, though. This is a locked gate. Cure for bronchitis, pneumonia, and the cold. Looks legit. I thought you had the opportunity to level up your mind control. Okay. Yeah, that's a missed opportunity. Some stealth kills and shit.
It's an inch! Fight for this!
What? This isn't what usually happens when I open a door. Abandoned investment property. Gonna go watch Ringo. Be right back. Alright. Have fun. Citizen to save. Careful, the endangered citizen may not survive the next night. Go check on him. Ooh. The guy here?
I cannot enter.
Catch me with your disgusting hands!
What?
This is Braille. I need someone who can read this.
No, no. I never read that part of the Tolkien lore.
What happened? Who are you?
It's all right, sir. You're safe now.
Oh, a fellow Englishman. Thank you, sir. For a moment, I thought those bloody heathens had killed me.
What are you doing here? This place is not safe.
Yeah, it's a cesspool, but it's mine. I came to collect some overdue rent, but those who still live here have gone completely bonkers.
You're very lucky to be alive.
Yeah, filthy immigrants. Fucking savages, every one of them. And now with this bloody fever, they're just animals.
You can find safety of sorts in Whitechapel. If you're quick and cautious, you'll be able to avoid the savages.
You're rescued a citizen, he will return to his district the following night. Okay. No, I don't want that. Don't have.
You had better return to Whitechapel with...
Safety isn't really...
Doesn't the dilemma of sucking people or not go away when you suck people during fights? Because if that's actually a mechanic that's going to like bite me in the ass. We are. I don't think it makes a lot of sense. I can't. I didn't follow this game much at all. Makes stuff like this more immersive the less I know. Yeah, just a like every character in the game, you can like drink their blood, and I guess they die. I don't know. But if you already do that and that you can use that to power yourself more. But if you do that already in fights, then like why would you be tempted to drink the good people's blood if you're already doing that in fights all the time if you would? This combat does look like a hard pass though. Yeah, the combat is not fun. I'm glad I'm playing on easy. I chose easy because of what I read about the combat, and it's spot on. too bad. Seems like there's a good amount of combat. Yeah, you can't even traverse the world without fighting or getting shot in the back. Running. It reminds me a little of Far Cry 2, which was really annoying to traverse. Far Cry 2 had so much checkpoints, so many checkpoints in the roads. And if you were just trying to drive someplace, you really needed to find a path off-road, or if you drove through a checkpoint, then always shoot up your car and blow it up. And you need to kill them and steal another car. And that's just not fun. I don't know. I feel like there's, if you had just a workable stealth, some stealth kills, it would be so cool. How does a vampire game where you're stalking the streets does not have stealth? Seems like a bad call. Man, and that's another thing. Like, I know the person I want to she's here. But I know the person I want to talk to is in the hospital, but they wonder, couldn't you direct me to her in the map? Do you have to just tell me the general vicinity of the person?
Good evening, Miss Howcroft.
I need blood, Doctor.
I have made inquiries about the men who were tracking you, Miss Howcroft.
I did not expect a mortal to have this sort of courage. Speak, Doctor. Why are they hunting me down?
You using vampire sense? No. It's vampire's lack of sense.
It was a misunderstanding. These hunters were in fact looking for a very different creature, but they mistakenly put their sights on you.
I knew it. I have become undone. Those hunters have discovered me, but they don't know what I'm capable of.
If you'll accept some advice from a petty mortal, I think you should assume a low profile and just quietly disappear into the shadows.
You are right. And you have served me well, mortal. Take this as a reward for your time. Perhaps I will allow you to drink deep of my blood. One day.
Thank you. I'll keep that proposition in mind. I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark.
Oh, is that how you make a vampire in this lore? Who's leaving money in? Guys here stayed dead? If every enemy has permanents, that makes it a little different. But I doubt it. Those were quest related. No, don't leave. No. I just wanted to open the door. Why does it work differently in different places? They should make a different prompt. Loadings. I don't know. I hope this game's story is great, because I'm not sure what I think about the game so far. Or I'm not sure if what I think about the game so far is very flattering. Other than it has an amazing potential.
Behavior is similar to the infected William Bishop. Must be the same strain. This sickness moves faster than influenza. balls of Mars. Fortifiers. As popular as they are ineffective. But they do contain iron tartrate, and that might prove itself useful. It's locked, all right. This key will surely grant me access to the basement.
I really had no idea the combat was so Souls-like, but at the same time, it's like, why? Why is it Souls-like? It's definitely not as good. Didn't I see an Was it a bug or a taunt?
Skulls feed from corpses and the husks of animals. They're not after blood.
So many bullets. I'm sure this is 7. Blood. You just acquire a new type of offhand weapon, equip it, and press triangle to directly absorb blood.
It's locked. Mr. Connor's injuries don't match the report. I'd better look into this.
You're gonna be fine, sir. I'm a physician. Don't worry.
Traces of a pinkish foam at the corner of the lips. Some sort of drug overdose, perhaps?
That looked pinky.
Multiple abrasions and scarring on the arms and legs. Old and distinctive injuries of a sailor or a fisherman. The chest was originally opened to perform the operation. The sutures are clean, but the chest has been reopened. A puncture over the left lung, possibly a chest tube insertion. Not the cleanest work, but I think it was successful. Signs of internal bleeding. So, Dr. Tippett's anesthetics were incorrectly dosed, causing the patient's death. And then he tried to operate on him again. Tippett has made an egregious error. It's time we talked.
Oh.
Tippett has made an egregious...
See, even that, you're just choosing things on a dialogue wheel. I feel like it could be more involved, that investigation into the dead body's hair and stuff. Oh, John Doe, that's one hell of a boss. Famous boss John Doe.
These scowls can be so ferocious. I'm not sure I can defeat them without becoming stronger. To drink blood is so tempting.
Just drank blood from them. And the people on the streets too.
Sodium hypochlorite. Dangerous to administer, but efficient in the proper dosage.
First, the treatment. That's called resting. try. I don't know, I feel like it's less awkward, the combat, in this, like, let's call it a legacy dungeon because of Elden Ring, than fighting on the street. Fighting on the street's just awkward as Ah, this is where I exit. You could have taught me this before. There's people I haven't even talked to. Just move around so much.
Good evening, Dr. Tibbets.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
Corcoran, I want you to tell me about Mr. Connor. How did he die? What happened?
He was my patient. He died because of my mistake. That's the blunt truth.
What was the nature of the mistake?
It was a twofold error. My diagnosis was wrong, and the administered dosage was too strong.
Why not stop practicing?
Are you mad? I killed that man, I admit it, and it won't happen again. I have saved so many lives since then.
Who was this patient?
I don't know. Some sick man from the docks, maybe a fisherman. I had no time to talk with him. No one claimed a body.
Goodbye, Dr. Tibbets.
Finally, you've returned, Doctor. Did you find anything of value?
Yes, nurse.
You've worked your first miracle, Doctor. Now, this patient here needs immediate treatment.
Duty calls. When the storm has passed, I'll show you how to mix the remedy yourself with the same basic ingredients.
Many thanks, Doctor. When you've finished, you ought to report to Dr. Swansea in his office. He's been looking for you. Seemed pressing.
Diseases decrease the blood quality of a citizen. Use the correct medicine to heal. Speak to the patient. From behind Dorothy. Check the medical status. I don't want to suck their blood.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
You are not a burden, sir. Healing you is my responsibility.
And you have
My
no
microphone is getting in and out? Weird. Still? Or, was it because I was mumbling or something? Because the threshold for it to activate sometimes can be a little high. You might have been mumbling because it's good now. Okay, then maybe I was speaking too low. I don't know. Because sometimes there's a lot of noise with my heater, my fan, all that stuff. So I have the threshold for it activating a little high, which means, yeah, sometimes shit doesn't activate it. Sorry about that.
Do you need any help?
Thank you, Dr. Reed, but you've done enough already. The rest is up to me now.
I have to go now,
Okay.
sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
As for me, what a blundering idiot.
Citizens 1 will provide you a massive XP boost. Look for citizens of your mesmerized level and below and choose wisely. Okay. I don't want to drink anyone. I want to suck people off. You should try rocking the Jonathan Reed coat. You think I can pull it off?
The flower's dying. It needs water. Strickland's project could be dangerous. I have a mind to report him to Dr. Ackroyd.
Choose what to do.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
Did you know Dr. Ackroyd never reported your experimental research, despite the fact he doesn't agree with it?
Really? I didn't suspect he knew about my work. I must confess I am surprised.
Perhaps he thinks you should realize for yourself the danger of what you're doing.
See how condescending he can be? My God, he can be so irritating.
I have managed to improve the mixture by diluting it. Have you ever heard of Sir Joseph Francis Olive, or the placebo effect?
No, I don't think so. Why?
A placebo is a substance or procedure that has no actual physical effect.
You made a placebo of my project. Why?
Research has established that a placebo, as long as the subject believes in the effect, can provoke a positive physiological reaction.
Really? That's fascinating. And you want me to, what, administer the placebo and see what occurs?
Something like that, yes.
Well, I'm a bit surprised, but I trust you, Dr. Reed. Please take the key to my cabinet and put this placebo there for future use.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
lucky to have such a real man. I met him in New York.
If only there were more of them. Less resignation and more determination.
I can't talk to this person. Why is he showing up? None of these do show up. It's another one.
I cannot enter. Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
I'm quite busy, right?
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
I guess I can't do. Can't.
It's locked, all right.
Well.
It's locked. It's locked, all right. At least Strickland can't kill anyone with this formula. It's locked. It's locked, all right.
Okay. Well. People become hostile if they're sick. Forget who?
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Tell me about things.
Tell me what Dr. Tippett did. I know his mistake caused a patient's death.
If I had not covered up his error, Dr. Tippett would have been fired from this hospital. I could not let that happen.
You can't allow your emotions to dictate your conduct concerning patients, Nurse Brannigan.
Look around you, Dr. Reed. Do you really think we can afford to lose a brilliant practitioner like Dr. Tippett's in our situation?
I can't say I approve of what you did. But as a field surgeon, I know that some situations require you to bend the rules.
rules.
I'm not proud of what I've done, but to contain the epidemic must be our priority, so we can't afford to lose Dr. Tibbets.
I've decided that I won't reveal Dr. Tippet's, shall we say, misdemeanor.
I'm so glad you share my point of view. Dr. Tippets is a brilliant practitioner. We most definitely need his know-how.
I hope you're right. This is a huge risk we're taking.
Dr. Tippets must regain his confidence. Please, keep this decision between you and me. He doesn't need to know you found out.
I already told him. Hint failed. Oh, shit.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Well, I have a lot of XP. Do you really get that much XP from sucking people off? Every night, the consequences of your actions may improve or degrade district health status, and also be degraded due to diseases spreading among citizens. The more lives you take, the unhealthier a district becomes. If the district's health status drops below the critical threshold, it will plunge into chaos. It is for you to decide of a district's fate.
Please, Jonathan, come in. Fascinating, is it not? In the last decade, so many mysteries have been brought to light with our microscopes. The human body, biology's penultimate frontier. The more we explore its boundaries, the less we're able to trace a clear line between life and death. You, my friend, have a foot in both countries. The view must be vertiginous.
It's at least as vertiginous as chatting about vampires with you, I would say.
This must be all so new to you. This area of town, the hospital, a brand new life. How stimulating it must be.
I wish I could share your enthusiasm, Dr. Swansea, but my condition defies scientific categorization. Undead? Unalive? Immortality defies logic.
I cannot express my thrill at this serendipitous turn of events. The world's most eminent specialist in blood transfusions, a vampire. One might say a gift from heaven.
There is an absurd poetry to my situation. Physician, heal thyself.
Forgive me. I've been an admirer of your work for a long time, and now you are so much more than a brilliant physician. And please, call me Edgar.
I'm not some doe-eyed student, Edgar. I understand we both have something to gain from this relationship.
Very well. I have a task for you, Jonathan. Something that will require all your newfound skills.
Please, go on.
The Pembroke only survives through the generosity of our benefactors. Unfortunately, our main donor has found herself in a bit of a bind. Now, if you could help her out...
A spokesman or politician is what you need. That's not my calling. And until I come to understand what has happened to me, I require discretion.
Discretion is in order, Jonathan. Lady Ashbury has recently received rather indelicate correspondence that, if revealed, would jeopardize her position.
And you would like me to eradicate this threat?
By the stole, of course not. I would just like you to pay her a visit. Her ladyship is certainly near the tents outside, tending the sick. You can't miss her. Look for someone impossibly delicate.
Accepted. I'll see what kind of trouble Lady Ashbury is in.
He's getting juicy now. Who's watching some Seinfeld, the old man? No. I had a sort of dungeon that was a little better for the combat part, but...
Do you need something, Jonathan?
Don't sound too excited.
I have just a few questions.
Then ask away. I'm at your service.
I know. I feel like I expected better.
Since I'm the one working for you, what should I know about Pembroke Hospital?
Well, for many years, we have been the only medical facility in this part of town that people can rely on. We support the community here, as well as provide health care.
Where do we stand today?
Oh, to be honest, we cope on a day-to-day basis. The first wave of the Spanish flu last summer took us by surprise. We lack many of the basic necessities needed.
What do you expect of me?
What we need is hope. You were a soldier. This is a war. This white coat's still a uniform. We fight to help the poor, the sick of the East End, the forgotten.
You mentioned something about a secret society. A brotherhood, if I recall. Could you elaborate?
Certainly. I've been a member of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole for several years. We are pledged to monitor and report vampire activity in England as impartial scientific observers.
That explains your nightly wanderings about the docks and the questions you ask.
I feel it wasn't mere coincidence that led us to that part of town. There was something as yet unseen that set those chain of events in motion.
Don't you fear me?
Yet you don't fear me. And still, you know the monster.
Like, I am used to always asking... always reading the question.
Your kind for centuries. We believe you are as supernatural as a lion is to a gazelle.
So it's tough to sometimes not... When I'm in autopilot mode, I always read the question.
Since you seem quite the expert on vampires, what could you tell me about my condition and how it came about?
As men of science, our first step is always to start with what we know. Forget the myths, the hackneyed scrawlings in the penny dreadfuls. They do not scratch the surface of the truth you now find yourself in.
The sun. The morning following my transformation. Its rays burned me. There was pain, smoke, and my skin blackened.
You will find there is very little that can kill a vampire, my friend. You have been offered relative immortality. The sun will most certainly hurt you, leaving you weakened and damaged. But it will not destroy you.
No?
Must I take a life to live.
You are a vampire. You feed, and blood is the sole sustenance that can sustain your immortal frame. And only a living creature contains the nourishment you require.
The man we pursued and slew in the canning factory, William Bishop, I believe, was he a vampire?
He was a Skald, technically speaking. The debate rages as to their classification. Some think them a subspecies of vampire, others something else.
Just for clarity, what differences are there between myself and a Skald?
A Skald is easier to eliminate, Jonathan, even if they remain formidable foes for the unprepared. Vampires... Now, vampires exist beyond the mortal realm.
How do Skalds come into existence?
The name means slave. The etymology may indicate that they are a lesser species of vampire. From what I know, vampires tend to despise them.
We'll see each other again soon, Edgar.
Huh? Should probably craft some medicines. But yeah, so far this isn't exciting me, as you put it. I'm in a wait-and-see approach. It's not bad, it's just so much potential.
The flu took my dear wife, Emily. I take comfort knowing we'll soon be together again.
Mr. Rainfield, that's no way to talk. You're in good hands here, and we'll be up again soon enough.
Maybe.
Now
Except Avengers had infinite money.
I'll be back round later.
Your words are kind, the blessings of an angel. You're the sweet, sweet lady of mercy.
So Avengers chose not to be better.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. It's a pleasure to see you again. You seem surprised. Dr. Swansea has brought me up to speed concerning your recent appointment to Pembroke Hospital.
You're a the lady who saved me that night, before vanishing into thin air. I remember you from the pub with Dr. Swansea.
Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself formally this time. My name is Lady Ashbury. I remember you well, in spite of the brevity of our encounter.
So it seems our Dr. Swansea does indeed have a fascination for creatures of our constitution.
Dr. Swansea is a remarkable man. Dedicated, one might say, obstinate? He spent years compiling our bestiary.
I hope you're more disposed to answer my questions now.
You must have countless questions, but our rather urgent matter first. Swansea has explained. My cover, if you prefer, has been compromised.
Did you... I got a haircut yesterday. Did you only notice today? How goes it, throw? Didn't notice? It's because the hairdresser spiked the hair up with some gel.
Pardon my boldness, your ladyship, but I have questions concerning this condition we share.
As a newborn, your hunger for answers is rivaled only by your thirst for blood. But the questions need wait.
I'm a scientist. My trade is in the deciphering of mysteries, and I need information to feed my mind.
I will gladly answer every question you have, but first, prove yourself capable of resolving my predicament without eating the culprit.
Have any of the patients given you trouble?
These poor souls have so little left to live for. I do my best to ease their pain.
The world would be a better place if it were cared for by women like you.
You make me blush. I am simply a necessary evil.
Was there a game where you could do things at multiple points to strengthen yourself, or otherwise you would be like, you need to inject yourself with serum or something at some point? What am I thinking? Not Dead Rising. Like something like and Dead Rising, I guess, is the daughter. Remembering your old drug days again? No. Not the Wolf Among Us. It's not the wolf. Maybe I'm thinking of how many episodes you have of weakness in The Walking Dead if you don't cut off your hand? I don't know. What else has been done? Tales from the Borderlands, Game of Thrones. I don't know. I feel like I played some. Maybe I imagined it. What's your opinion on this game?
Dr. Swansea has commissioned me to be your agent in this matter. You could start by explaining what's amiss.
These past insufferable weeks, I've been the victim of extortion. I've made a first payment, but the blackmailer grows greedy. I must refuse his most recent demands.
That's fine. So far, I feel like there's a lot of missed opportunity.
If we're dealing with an ordinary criminal, surely you've the means to deal with it yourself, if I may.
As immortal tradition doth dictate, all fangs and hypnotic eyes ablaze, the blood would run like a river. The That's what I hope to avoid. Violence has a tendency to spiral out of control.
Who would be so foolish as to threaten you? A kindred spirit.
Even if it were the case, and I highly doubt it, a vampire would have asked for something more valuable than money. My suspicions lean toward a patient or their family.
Yeah, it is. It is a small team with limitations. I get it. But it has a taste of something great. I don't think it reaches it.
What are your expectations? Please be precise.
As the newly appointed surgeon of this hospital, you are in an excellent position to ask innocent questions and deftly learn the identity of my blackmailer.
Please continue. Every detail is essential. I'm your man.
My embarrassment in this matter is eclipsed only by my shame at having put the hospital at risk. The threat from our anonymous scoundrel is clear. A list of dates. My visits coinciding with the dates of suspicious patient deaths due to massive blood loss.
Is it true?
Now aren't you the blunt one?
Excuse my impertinence, Your Ladyship. This is not an interrogation. I assure you that this line of questioning is in your best interest.
In all honesty, I'm not simply a patron to the hospital. My visits serve a dual purpose. Dr. Swansea has been treating my condition with a revolutionary technique of blood transfusion. It seems you are a specialist in the domain.
I'll take care of it. Do you know where I should start?
If that was the case, I'd settle the matter myself. You could talk to our local gossip, Harriet Jones. Not a pin drops here without her hearing about it.
I'll meet that woman now.
My life, as others know, is in your hands, Dr. Reed. I'm sure of your discretion, but I do fear your powers of persuasion will be put to the test. When this is resolved, I'll be your obligé. I'll answer all questions in regards of your condition.
Okay.
Perhaps I should have considered the offer from that
Damn.
The person that's in bed is the gossip.
What is this? Who are you? Get out of my room.
There's no need for alarm, madam. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon.
Preposterous. Dr. Reed, you say? I don't want some bumbling intern. Where's Dr. Swansea?
Please, calm down, madam. I assure you that I am highly qualified. I'm just back from war duty.
How brave. Threatening an old defenseless woman. You know how long I've been a patient here? You've picked the wrong fight. I'm Harriet Jones.
Harriet Jones? Indeed. I've been meaning to have a chat with you. You know what goes on here better than any other patient, I gather.
Oh, better than any patient, nurse or doctor. I've seen so many vile undertakings.
I heard there have been some despicable goings-on. Was there a case of blackmail?
Blackmail? Wait. You're investigating something. This isn't a social call. One of those incompetent cunts slit a poor sod's vein.
Enemies throw other enemies at you? Interesting.
If I didn't know better, Miss Jones, I'd be inclined to say you enjoy this type of idle gossip.
God's honest truth, Doctor. It's just the way it is here. Most of these bitches would let you freeze to death before getting you a blanket.
You seem to know more about the goings-on here than anyone else. Beware, Miss Jones, in case suspicion should fall on you.
That's it. Blame the old and infirm. I see those little bitches' greedy little eyes. Just waiting for me to pop off they are.
I assure you, madam, this is not an investigation into a possible medical error.
Debauchery, then? Nurses Crane, Hawkins, Brannigans, whores, all of them. They can't keep their legs shut. I've seen them scratching slutty sores.
Really? Well, if you have irrefutable proof, I'll not have the staff behaving in such a manner here.
This is your business, Doctor, not mine. But I swear one of the nurses is cavorting with some man on hospital hours.
Thank you for your time, Miss Jones. You've given me something to go on. See you on the next round.
Well, we know one of them has a relationship.
I'll start my investigation with them.
Too much energy for so little result.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones. Do not pay attention to her, Doctor. She's full of fanciful tales.
Your hospital soap opera. I have a few things to catch up on. Will be announced like I like it. Alright. You have fun, sir. I'll be hoping for some excitement in the soap.
She could have been telling the truth about the mysterious man.
That old witch will end up in hell soon enough. Who cares if a nurse finds some happiness where she can?
No matter how you feel about her, Miss Jones deserves our help.
Who says I don't care for her? Hate is what keeps that old crone alive.
Damn, David. Up the soap and you'll get more excitement than you can handle. I see.
What can you tell me?
Let me get...
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something missing.
A giant morgue disguised as a hospital. That's Pembroke nowadays.
Okay, not to like a game. It's not that I dislike it.
Perhaps I should have considered the offer from that Cadigan fellow.
Needs VR for that first person suck. Yeah.
Miss, please, I feel sick. Get over it now.
Yeah, have fun, Throw.
Have you heard of any underhand dealings going on in the hospital?
Blackmail? That's not my style. Too risky. The black market, though. Now that's where the money is.
You're lucky to be alive, Mr. Cox. I hope you're starting to take better care of yourself.
This place is full of sickness and decay. How could I get better in such a dump?
Why can't it just be mail or the market? because it's a market that is unseen. The dark market. But I guess it would lead to the same thing.
Consider yourself lucky that I'm treating all of my patients equally. But don't push your luck.
Don't play the innocent with me. I'm sure you have good reasons to act this way.
The hidden market.
Also, weaknesses that can be exploited.
You should make a Kotaku article about that arrogance. or write about it on Polygon. About the black market.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you know if any of the hospital staff have criminal backgrounds?
The people who work here all come from very different backgrounds, Doctor. Just like the patients.
Have you seen a strange man visiting any of the nurses here?
I've never heard of such a thing, Doctor.
Goodbye.
That was not helpful.
Call me if you need assistance. Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
Yeah, like being a doctor, you know.
Have you heard of any underhand dealings going on in this hospital?
There are a lot of secrets round here. I'm not surprised someone tried to make money from them.
What kind of secrets?
I'm not in the gossip business, Dr. Reed. If you want to know more, you better talk to Harriet Jones. She's the eldest patient here.
Goodbye, Milton.
Fine, nurse start.
There again.
Why you read Kotaku? I don't read Kotaku. I was telling Arrogance to write on Kotaku.
The Pembroke is so lucky to have Dr. Reed here. I met him in New York.
If only there were more of them, less resignation and more determination.
I know I can count on you. I wish I could say the same for the others.
You look exhausted. You're pushing yourself too hard. You don't have to bear the burdens of this hospital alone.
Blaming me will not further your agenda, sir.
It's
How
locked,
long's
all
it
right.
going to take to fix me properly? A month? A year?
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Have you heard rumors about blackmail in this hospital?
No.
Who's a steered commenter back in the day? Because I pointed out a typo in an article someone wrote? Wow. That's something really easy to do nowadays, I think.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Got banned on IGN for spoiling Sleeping Dog. What? Why would you do that?
Have you heard rumors of blackmail going on in this hospital?
Dr. Reed, are you trying to take advantage of me?
Of course not, Mrs. Goswick. I'm just curious.
Well, go be curious somewhere else, please.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
The name Sleeping Dogs, it's in the title. Game wasn't out yet.
This hospital seems to be falling
I don't
apart.
know, but
In the
if it's a
circumstances,
spoiler, I guess I'll not inquire further. See, how is this fun? I'm just running around trying to find a person. It's the kind of thing that in any other game you would just you'd just be directed right at it. Only banned you for a week? I don't think I was ever banned from anything.
Don't worry, we're safe. Don't worry, we're safe. Don't worry, we're safe.
Please, sir. I need help bad.
What's going on?
I'm Blight, sir. Newton Blight. I've lost my mate. Can't find him anywhere.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed from the Pembroke Hospital. Please, calm down and give me more details.
Oswald and myself were both infantry, sir. We were en route for the hospital, but... well, we had a disagreement. And Oswald ran off towards the canal.
How long have you been searching for him?
I can't go there. Too many rats by the water. Fucking rats. Can't stand them since the war, sir. Can't stand them at all.
Don't be ashamed, Mr. Blight. Many soldiers who survived the trenches suffer from musophobia. I'll see what I can do for your friend.
Jesus. Steam Deck can run GBA cartridges. What? How does it have a GBA slot?
What can you tell me about yourself?
I'm Oswald's best friend. We served in the same regiment, sir. We've taken care of each other since we came back from the front.
What can you tell me about your friend?
His name is Oswald Thatcher. We survived the war together. Oswald is... nervous and quite fragile since we came back from the war.
Oh, with an adapt.
This is a dangerous part of town. What are you doing here?
We were looking for the Pembroke Hospital. We both need help. Treatment, I mean. To get some sleep. Just need to feel better, sir.
Hello, Smint. How are you?
Where was your friend the last time you saw him?
He went down by the canal. He didn't want to go to the hospital. I think he went to the sewers on purpose. So I couldn't go after him.
Sure, I'll allow it. Well, did you see there's a new survey, sir? I told you, but I think you ignored me.
I have all the information I need for now. If I find anything out about your friend, I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
Okay. Monday, maybe?
Steady, boys! One of them here! He's dead!
I think that's a literal translation. Hello there, how are you? I meant to do it last night and be super friendly and nice and be like, the only thing that's important to me is loadouts. But no.
We're safe. Don't worry, we're
Wait,
safe.
what?
No one is here. Relax. Don't worry, we're safe. Don't worry, we're safe.
Nothing like a Hobbit orgy. So you like the episode? Okay, Smith. As long as it's still active.
Don't worry, we're safe.
You're sure you don't come back with me?
Nah, I ought to see someone at the hospital.
Be careful. You look so bad they may keep you as a patient.
Fuck 'em. I don't like hospitals or doctors.
Well then, when you go back to Whitechapel, you may find this useful.
What is it?
A pass for a free medical exam by the best nurse available. Just read it.
I don't read well, but thank you, I guess.
Alright, maybe I should give it a shot too. After both animes I'm watching.
He's locked the door behind him. I need to find another way to follow him.
Hey, we got to the sewer level, guys. I know everyone was looking forward to it.
This man has been savagely attacked and dragged to the floor.
What the? That's right. Uh-oh. Oh my god. That's Moobot. What are you doing, Moobot? It's my raid alert. I'm so sorry. That is that's Moobot being Moobot. Hello, zombie lolly. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everyone. Hello, welcome. I do appreciate the raid. Wraith Wall, thank you for the follow. Hello, welcome. And hello, Malaysia. Who else got destroyed? And thank you for the follow, Zombie Lonely. How's your stream? In Cadillac? I'm sorry to you too. Well, that's, mission failed successfully. Shana Bean, good job on adapting. I didn't because I was too slow to copy the text. You adapted very well. Just beat the sewer beast. I have no idea what that is, but I'm assuming that's after. I'm enjoying the sewer. So much sewer. I want more sewers in video games. I feel like there are not enough games with sewers. Right? Sewers and fishing. Yes. So, how are you enjoying Vampyr? I say Vampyr because I think it's stupid how they write it. You playing it for the first time? Second time playing, trying for the no kill achievement. Is it there's a no kill achievement? Is it on regular enemies too? Actually playing first time. Zombie gifted me the game. This is my first time playing. I mean, I've killed enemies, but I haven't killed any people? Like Deus Ex? Let's not mention that, please. I will kick a puppy. To citizens. Okay, that seems easy to do. I haven't killed anyone. But I can feed on mice, right? Because I've done that. Puppy kicking does not align with the views of this channel or its viewers. Thank you. Then don't mention Deus Ex no killing achievement. So much work. Full playthrough. Just for that. And I didn't get it. That seems like it leads outside. We're lurking, time for food. Enjoy your food. Don't go eating any mice though. I don't think that's very healthy. Eat all the mice I want. Just make sure to give them a rabies shot. You're a vegan vampire. You only eats mice. Exactly.
Are you injured, sir?
Help me get out of here. I need to get out.
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd be glad to
I need
help
to get
you, but
out.
you must calm down first. Please, take a deep breath and tell me your name.
Okay. I'm Oswald Thatcher. Please, I need to get out.
Mr. Thatcher, your friend Newton sent me to help you. Do you remember him?
Yes, I do.
Good. Now leave this place and enjoy the cool night air. It's quite invigorating. I'm sure you'll feel better if you do.
Is it? Have fun, sir. Get away from the chest.
Are you sure you're...
Yes.
It's my chest. I shot it in the hand. Yeah, we got zombies too? Oh, that looks like a boss of me. It's a werewolf.
What creature is this?
I forget about the stamina. I can drink the werewolf's blood. I'm sure that would kill a vampire.
Here's what's left. Not a lot to check, but I should anyway.
There's Crane's voucher. What's that other language?
Some voucher for a free checkup in Whitechapel. What is Nurse Crane up to? I really must find her.
That's it? Yum. It's tender. Forgot how annoying loadings were. PS5 has ruined games for me. Do I have active settings? No, we need to go to... No. It's going to say Whitechapel for a burger, but that's White Castle.
Good evening, sir.
Whatever.
Don't you recognize me? We met a few nights ago.
Don't take it personally. I spent a lot of energy forgetting what I did the night before.
Yes, you had definitely drunk too much then as well. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed.
I'm Dyson Delaney. I'll try to remember you. This time.
Oh. I have nothing.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Delaney?
I drink. I drink in the morning and at noon. I drink at night. And then I drink some more.
Don't you work at all?
I'd love to, but I don't have the time. Didn't I tell you? Drink in the morning and at noon. I drink at night.
Where did you get your money?
Why do you drink so much?
Maybe it's because I prefer dying slowly. Death can be so abrupt. Personally, I like to see mine coming at my own pace.
You sound very sad, sir.
That's because I am, Doc.
Is there anything in particular that you like about this part of town? Except for the cheap drinks, I mean.
How dare you say such a thing? I love this neighborhood. So friendly, so joyful.
Why are you so cynical?
Cynicism is the polite way to express despair, Doctor.
No reason at all to rejoice, then? Life is hopeless and then we die, is that it?
Let me tell you a story.
All right. Go on.
A few years ago, when I believed a resolute man could change things around here for good, a tragedy occurred nearby.
What kind of tragedy?
It was a bomb. A bomb that exploded and killed many people. Metal and blood everywhere. Shouts, fire, broken window of the shoe shop, the torn street light.
You lost people you loved that day, didn't you?
I've lost everything. But you know what the worst part is? I don't even remember where it happened. I've drunk so much to forget it. And now I can't remember where it was. I can't pay my homage to the dead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Delaney.
It's okay. If you ever find the place, just leave a flower for me there. Even if you tell me where it is, I'm not sure I'd memorize it.
Okay.
Surely you must have had dreams and expectations when you were young, like everybody else.
Sure. I wanted things to change. To really change, and to change for good. The bigger the dream, the harder the fall.
Sounds like you were an idealist, which is honorable.
No, sir. I was an anarchist and I believed that exclusive property is a robbery in nature. I wanted a new world to rise from the ashes, Dr. Reed.
Okay.
Do you really think the world is that bad?
No, I believe we all can choose to make it better. But most of us are too weak, too corrupt and too guilty. I failed for sure, but others will come.
I want to know more about your past as an anarchist, Dyson.
I'm still an anarchist, Doctor, make no mistake. I just reject violence as a tool to change the world, unlike my comrades.
Do you believe in a bloodless revolution, then?
I do not believe in much anymore, Doctor. But I'll admit I like your idea of peaceful change. I like it a lot.
Hey, Portugal did it.
Do you still see your comrades, then? Even if you don't agree with their methods anymore, I mean.
No. I hope they'll come to share my point of view one day. I'll raise my glass to that splendid idea.
Yeah, we had a bloodless revolution.
Is there
That's it.
no reason at all to rejoice, then? Life is hopeless?
Let me tell you a story.
Another time, perhaps. Is there any...
That's it.
Goodbye, Mr. Delaney.
So few clients.
It's new. Did you go to school?
Perhaps I should shut the turquoise for a time.
Evening, miss.
Well, I never. That's a first. Customers who make that much mess rarely come back. Never mind in fancy togs.
I'm much more myself than when we first met. By the way, I'm Jonathan, Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Welcome back to the Turquoise
Okay.
Table then, Doctor.
I see.
I'm Sabrina Cavendish. How can I help you?
No luck catching them swans then. What?
What can you tell me about this area?
People don't appreciate that line of questioning round here. You best be more careful with what you say, sir.
You look concerned, Miss Cavendish.
This is a bad borough. Most people I know are afraid. Most locals will rob you blind, or worse. You best mind your step.
I have nothing to fear from the people round here, miss.
Yeah, I'm a brave woman myself, Dr. Reed, but I'd be a fool to think I'm invincible.
This place seems, how shall I put it, very colourful. I'm sure it has plenty of stories to tell.
We get people of all sorts here. It's that rare place in the docks where you can have a drink without being murdered. At least it's not happened yet.
Your boss must be quite the negotiator to force such an agreement.
Yeah. Tom's a great bloke. Mr. Hampton, who runs the night asylum, he's the only other man that's able to keep peace around here.
So this bar is neutral territory then?
Yeah. Tom's convinced this is something the locals need. No one ever draws a weapon here. That's one of the reasons I accepted the job.
But, seriously though, Ruben, the 25th of April, which I'm sure you know we celebrate, because it was the end of the latest dictatorship in 1974? Yes? Why is it... It's not Craves, it's Carnations, but why do you think it's called that? It's because there were like the story, at least the official story, is that no shots were fired during the revolution. It was a revolution without blood. They just marched on the parliament. The president stepped out. That's it.
Excuse my curiosity, but where exactly are you from, Miss Cavendish?
Something bothering you? What, my name? Or my complexion?
Believe me, I never judge someone on their place of birth or the colour of their skin.
If that's true, you'd be one of the few not to make fun of me. Just you, Tom, Dyson, Miss Fishburne, and of course Mr. Hampton.
I'm sorry if I worried you. I was just curious to find out if you know this part of town well.
Nosy. My dad was a sailor from Bombay, and my mum was a maid born up in Glasgow. They got married in London. And here I am.
Yeah, because it was a lot of power plays for a communist regime.
Goodbye, Miss Cavendish.
Counter-revolution fixed it.
Good evening, Tom.
Good evening, sir. How are you tonight?
Back to the docks, are we?
You remember me then?
Of course I do. You're that man who seemed so lost when he entered my bar a few nights ago.
Thank you for your hospitality. I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way.
I'm still Tom Watts. Welcome back, Doctor.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
It's not that bad. Thanks to people like the sad saint of the East End.
Who?
Sean Hampton, our own private holy figure. Few are foolish enough to make peace with the gangs. Sean is one of them.
How is it you can keep this place open? This part of town doesn't seem particularly safe.
Well, since everybody needs a drink, my pub is considered neutral ground by most groups.
You're something of a figurehead around here.
I'm only pouring alcohol for everyone to forget their troubles. Sean Hampton is the one giving them long-term hope.
I see. So you get pressure from all sides about how this place should be run, do you?
Or something like that. Nothing that a few wise words and a bottle of gin can't solve.
Yeah, so it was a very interesting year. 1974.
Since I'm here, is there anything I can do?
Well, perhaps, Doctor. Peace partly depends on my stock of gin. With the epidemic, my supplies are running low.
How could a physician help you in this matter?
I have a small warehouse just past the quarantine line. Perhaps, with you being a doctor, you could go there and come back?
Doctors aren't immune to disease, you know. Very well. Show me where it is. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, thank you, sir. Here's the key to get in. You're about to save many dry throats.
That's what I care about.
Why does your waitress feel in danger working on the docks?
This part of town is dangerous for all, but for women it's worse, as always. Sabrina is a brave girl, but she can't help feeling in danger.
Do you think she has good reason to feel this way? Are you not worried about her safety?
Of course I am. The truth is, she's tougher than me deep inside. She just has to learn to control it.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
I hope I live long enough to see them wet boot boys get what's coming to them.
But with the epidemic, no one dares go outside.
Is there like a crafting bench around here?
Poor Jack. He didn't deserve
Ah, that narrows it down.
I cannot enter.
Watch yourselves!
Tom has so much alcohol, he could keep this district afloat for quite some time.
Is that it? Guys, I may or may not have forgotten to have dinner. Which in reality means I definitely did forget. Quite hungry. What do you mean, no? I'm actually surprised you didn't watch Morbius before you played this. So I could be shouting it's Morbin time. Lie to Tom, the gin pop. Why would I? Marvel made Morbius 2, but put him in a Power Ranger suit, that'd make billions.
Welcome back, Doctor. What can I do for you?
You lied to me, Tom. Your warehouse wasn't empty. It was inhabited with armed vigilantes.
I'm sorry, Dr. Reed, but I thought those Prewen guards would be willing to let someone like you pass without trouble.
That was devious of you, Tom. Next time you can bloody well go yourself.
I apologize, Doctor, but it's just that I prefer to avoid the law, its enforcers, and all manner of thugs in uniform.
Here is your booze. I hope it will appease your customers. Just try not to kill anyone with this poison of yours.
Believe me, Doctor, most of my customers are less agreeable when sober.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
Perhaps I should shut the turquoise for a time.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Why must it always be a good evening?
I was just being polite. I'm Dr. Reed. I'd like to ask you some questions, if I may.
Don't like questions, or doctors. And the name is Seymour Fishburne, if you must know.
Don't think so.
Do you require medical assistance?
That's something I didn't expect to hear again. A doctor concerned with the health of his patients. Yeah, I could use some help. On several matters, in fact.
I don't know which kind of doctor you're used to dealing with, but it's a doctor's purpose to heal people.
And is it your purpose as well, Mr. Reed? I would say it's a convenient way for gaining people's trust.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
A shithole filled with maggots. Liars and thieves, all of them.
Are you thinking about someone in particular?
No. Hate them all. Especially these petty, whining little shitbag beggars.
Is there no one who deserves your leniency then?
Well, Tom from our local is somewhat of a decent bloke. At least, unlike most maggots, he knows how to listen without opening his trap.
What's your occupation?
I take care of my mum. That's what I do. She's the only good thing in my life. Even though I don't treat her so good.
You seem upset. Is something bothering you?
I lost the necklace I bought her. I'm a fucking idiot. A worthless idiot.
Oh, come on. Am I really fetching a lost necklace?
Sometimes it's hard to be a good son.
I just want her to smile. No, I was thankful for her patience, appreciated like... God knows she deserves it.
Goodbye, Mr. Fishburne.
Not me. Not a person.
I'd head back if I were you, sir. Get them weapons ready! Fucking fast!
Do these guys attack anyone, or do they have like some extra sensorial perception that I'm a vampire?
It's locked.
I've been in all these places. Either that or the game looks very similar to the start.
It's a killer!
I don't want to go.
He's mine! I'll take it!
I don't want to fight these assholes. Damn! It's been a while since I've caught the T-posing enemy. In any game. Yeah, I didn't play Cyberpunk. It's really been a while. I could have crossed here?
This place. Rain may have washed away the blood, but not the memory. My poor Mary.
So this is where the game started.
This is my watch. Damn grave robbers.
They don't give me a small area looking. It's like, oh, I lost it in this district. Good for you, sir. Be more responsible. So I'm looking for a bomb. I wonder if Cement has finished this fifth playthrough. He's finished his fifth watch through of Head Runners. $77. Oh, okay. It's very respectable, sir. Do you have any special plans for the 100? Going for the Platte. I believe it. Watch it while drinking beer and naked? I thought you all already did that all the time. When are you continuing Fate Zero? That's what matters. Guys, I'll just be a little while. Need a little break. I'll be right. Well, I am back. Thank you, Moobot, for posting the appropriate link, as it was mentioned. Where's yours? Your what? No. So sorry.
This is no place for a gentleman.
Guess that's why you're here then.
Bloody monster!
What? Could use a crafting table. I guess there's nothing. No, even I was looking for food and
Step back, sir.
don't have anything.
Look lively. It's all that.
Don't have anything decent to snack on. Just have proper food. The map is more disorienting than not using the map. That's something. Just wait until control. Can't wait. Yeah.
Yes. The place has changed since the explosion, but it was definitely here. I should find some way to pay my respects. And may all who suffered from this tragedy find or rest in peace.
Huh?
It's locked.
Crafting table. Guessing there's going to be some games. All weapons the same. This one increases stamina. You just keep everything in Genshin. So freaking annoying when you're trying to catch up quests, you can't do nothing. This quest is blocked by other characters. What exactly are you trying to do that is blocked? The event? The team's event? Can't do it because of Katharina? Ow. Find that a little weird, but okay. What is Catherine doing? Yeah, what is Catherine doing? If you advance like one dialogue, that's over. So is it really that big of a problem? It's one or two dialogues. I thought it went by super fast, so I don't really know what you're talking about. I understand what you're talking about. I thought it didn't last that long. Aren't you on Act 3? It's like 3 conversations.
To every night a darkness, and every dawn.
Oh, it's kind of. That's what he's already doing.
I think I'm losing my mind.
Good evening, Mr. Delaney.
What? Oh, you're that doctor.
I found the location of the explosion, Mr. Delaney. I placed a flower for you where it happened, just as you asked.
Really? That's so kind. I never thought someone would... Well, thank you, Doctor.
It's nothing, really. And I'm sorry for your loss.
What? No, I didn't know them. No car was supposed to park there that day. Stupid bastard, why did he park there?
You're the man who hid that bomb.
I don't want to talk about it. Leave me alone.
Under the Armas is my wife. It is taken. Wow. So women are like objects to you, isn't it, Smith?
I sense your guilt, Dyson. Why is that? Did you not think violence was an acceptable political tool?
I still believe our fight was just. We're killing an innocent couple who were just at the wrong place at the wrong time. No way.
Sure, the last minute, 6-7 seconds maybe. Wow. I didn't know arrogance was that generous.
You made a mistake. A terrible mistake. Maybe an unforgivable one. But that does not mean that you are a monster.
I swear I did not want to kill anyone. I did not hide in the shadow to kill on purpose. That's my only defense.
I sense I swear. I want you to remember the bomb, Dyson. Tell me about it.
No. I don't want to remember it.
Why use a bomb? What were you trying to destroy?
The Dawson & Dawson ammunitions factory. A symbol of violence against the people. My group wanted to destroy it to send a message.
I don't think this guy believes in that table.
The victims. They were not the target then.
I spent so much time figuring out the perfect moment. I used a short fuse. No car had ever parked there. They all died.
Goodbye, Mr. Delaney.
Times like these, a good drink's just as likely to cause a problem as to solve one.
Does the doctor see anything? The mask? Dottores mask was different in the manga, actually. I guess.
Are they stupid or something?
Good evening, Miss Cox.
Hello again, Dr. Reed. What do you want?
His eyes were actually visible.
Tell me your feelings about Booth's belief in monsters, Edwina.
It makes him look weak in front of the boys, that's my feeling about it. But ghosts don't scare me.
You don't believe he really saw something, then?
I don't care what he saw or not. All I know is that a real man keeps his fears to himself if he wants to be obeyed.
I managed to reach the mass grave in Southwark. It was not pleasant.
Spare me the details, Dr. Reed. All I want to know is what happened to those bastards who owed me money.
I'm afraid those bastards, as you call them, are in the mass grave.
Dead? Shit. That money would have been useful. Well, I'll tell my boys to avoid the place if it's that dangerous.
Yes. Everybody should avoid that place until further notice.
Okay then, Doctor. It looks like you deserve your reward after all. The Wet Boot boys thank you for your help.
Can I see what you...
As long as you have
You again.
I know you believe monsters are real, Booth.
They are. I know, I saw one, but no one believes me.
Tell me what you saw.
It was a few years ago. Clay Cox was still the boss then. He'd sent me to the shipyard to find out who was stealing tools and ropes at night.
Go on.
First, I thought it was an old lady with a limp. It looked frail and crooked. Then I saw it grab a bloody beam and lift it like it was a stick. I shouted. It looked straight at me.
Do you know what it was?
It was all eyes and long teeth, but I couldn't see its face. I shot at it when it moved towards me and I hit it. And then it jumped and vanished in the shadows.
You could have imagined all that. These docks can be so gloomy at night. With the fog and the wind and the boats creaking?
No, Doctor. That night I saw the fucking sewer dog for real. It's not a beast like the stories say. It's the ghost of an old woman. Bullets can't stop it. But no one believes me.
Are your friends mocking you?
Even Edwina told me once to never speak about it, but I know what I saw. And it wasn't a human. Not human at all.
Goodbye, Mr. Digby.
So, you still have a quest on here? I think it's fatigued and I didn't give so.
Without the Wet Boots keeping things straight, these parts will be running completely.
Oh, Jack.
Good evening, Mr. Delaney.
What?
I should shut the turquoise for a time.
Inebriation aside, do you need medical help?
Yes. I feel sicker than usual these days.
Take this, then. And perhaps you could try to slow down the alcohol intake, too.
Hey, Doc, you don't really want me to stop the only remedy I can afford.
Goodbye, Mr. Delaney.
Treatment for headache. I don't think I have that. have any details on this? This has no hints about where to find it. And the location is the entire district almost.
A wave of bitter death to drown and purge our city.
Hello, boy.
Hello. Good evening.
Did I scare you? You have nothing to fear from me.
No, it's just that people prefer to avoid me.
Well, I won't. I'm a doctor.
My name is Rufus, sir. Rufus Kingsbury.
What can you tell me about this region?
It's all about staying out of trouble. But since most people prefer to avoid me, it's pretty easy.
Why do people avoid you?
They call me Rufus the Curse. Around here, I'm a bit of a bad luck charm.
Have you ever thought about leaving?
Where else would I go? At least I know these streets and some people around here. This is my city, for better or worse.
What do you do around here, Rufus?
I listen to the news on the docks, sir. And I smile at those kind enough to spare me a bob.
Do you have a job?
It's hard to work, what with my head and all. Since I was a boy, I've always had trouble remembering what I do and why I do it.
What do people say about this place?
Things have been tense between the wet boot boys and the communists. They both feel they should run the docks.
Do you need help?
A real doctor caring about me. That's a first. I feel like a real person.
No, you're not. You're a video game character.
A real doctor treats everyone the same, Rufus.
I don't know what to say. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Are you alone? Where is your family?
I don't have any. My parents are dead.
So you have no home? You're sleeping rough?
No. I mean, yes. I live on the streets. I have no home.
You should be careful, Rufus. There are things that lurk in the shadows of this city. Things that prey on the lonely and the desperate.
I've known worse. I'm not all alone. I have Mrs. Fishburne. She's been very kind to me.
Why do you think she's so considerate?
I can't say, sir. I guess she's a good soul. Sometimes it's like she replaces the mother I lost, even if we're not related.
So long, Rufus. Be careful. Take care. Good evening, madam. I'm Dr. Reed. Could I come in?
Why? What do you want?
I work at the Pembroke Hospital. I'm investigating the flu epidemic in this area.
Oh, the Spanish flu. Well, that's quite liberal of you, Doctor. But this is no time to be knocking at people's doors.
I'll leave you then. Good night.
How do I increase the mesmerize? It's not on the skill tree.
I cannot enter.
Running around looking for a necklace. What a game. No way to track it. No hints about where it is.
This is a slaughterhouse.
Oh, found it.
From Seymour to my beloved mother Stella. Fishburne, that sneaky bastard. It's locked, all right. Good evening, madam. It's Dr. Reed again. May I come in?
You best come back in the morning, Doctor.
Really can't. Oh. Well, if you won't talk to me,
Good night.
I won't do the quest for you.
Good evening, Mr. Fishburne.
Yeah.
I have retrieved the gift for your mother, sir.
Great. Give it here then and take this for your trouble.
I also found the corpses. The ones under which you left the necklace, Mr. Fishburne.
Ah, so that's where I left it. I can be a bit stupid sometimes.
As a man of science, I'd like to try to understand why you killed those people.
Why does there need to be a reason? They were just there. It happened. That's all.
You're not a mindless animal, Seymour. Surely you have something to say about these murders. Speak up and I will listen without judgment.
Could be right, Dr. Reed. Maybe it'll do some good to confide in a gentleman like you. You being educated and all.
Did you take pleasure in killing them, Seymour? All those people, all those lives extinguished.
I take no pleasure from it. Just gives me peace. Stills the anger. For a time.
Don't you think you should seek help? Talk to someone you trust, someone who cares about you.
No. And don't dare speak about me to your colleagues either. Keep your mouth shut tight. Especially about my mum.
This rage you feel, have you ever been able to control it? Resist it?
I tried. For my mum, I tried for her. Telling the truth made me feel better. For a while.
Tell me about your victims, Seymour. Who were they? Why them? Was there a link?
Why should there be? They just kept getting on my nerves at the worst times, that's all.
You feel nothing, do you? No empathy for your victims at all?
You seem pretty calm yourself, don't you?
We're not talking about me.
All right. Well, our calm's the only thing we have in common then.
How many? How many victims?
It's not like I keep records. It happens when it happens.
Why is your mother protecting you, Seymour?
I'm her son. She's the only one who knows me. Sometimes I think she knows me better than I know myself.
I understand you love her, but can't you see the awful situation you've put her in?
Do you think my mum would have a better life if I were dead? She seems so sad to know me sometimes.
Death is an appropriate punishment for your crimes, Seymour Fishburne. Cherish every day that you spend as a free man.
It might be my mum's wish that I end up swinging from a hangman's noose. But she wouldn't want to be the one who ties a knot round my neck.
Goodbye, Mr. Fishburne. Good evening, madam.
You bet.
I'll leave you.
I really just can't engage in a conversation with her.
Evening, Rufus.
Evening.
So long, Rufus. Be careful. Take care.
Well, we have been here way too long.
Then the gangs, the epidemics, everyone's throwing the blame.
Oops.
It's locked, all right.
What's the point of even telling? There is no fast travel. Not being dumbass. What's wrong with that?
It's locked.
These two guys. I can't track the person, okay? We have a lot of XP. Is this stealth? Didn't put too many points in this one. Nice. Well, working as intended. We got a crash, yeah. Isn't that awesome? Still safe? I guess that counts as stealth. You have to unlock stealth.
Ain't safe here for a gentleman. Last warning. When did you join the guard? 2 days ago. It's a leech. Kill it.
Roger the wall. These guys killed me, didn't they?
Whitechapel. This neighborhood is linked somehow to the kind Lady Ashbury's blackmail. First, let's find this Petrescu fellow.
I came here for 5 shills.
Me?
Are you all right?
The bastard hit the wall next to me. I don't even know if he meant to miss.
If you've been hurt, I can help you. I'm a doctor.
Name's Albert. Remember it. Now bugger off.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? If you know anything about her, I'd appreciate it.
Never heard of her. She's pretty, I'll keep an eye out.
What happened? Did you really steal that man's medication?
Hey, I didn't do anything, it ain't me.
Medication and drugs are a rare commodity in East London. So you picked an easy target, didn't you?
Sod off, mister. You ain't got no clue what's going on here. Bastard was a soldier in the war, so now he's got the right to shoot me.
It's true. I'm not familiar with this part of town. Perhaps you could help me.
I said sod off. Go find yourself another guide.
Goodbye, young man.
I won't end up another drunk arsehole littering the streets.
Someday you'll understand. What?
Shooting a boy in the middle of the street. Not the best thing to do, wouldn't you say?
What? You saw what happened? Who are you?
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you promise me to set your gun aside.
No. Look, I'm not a violent man. I'm Benjamin Palmer, doctor.
Seems fair.
And no one can help me. Not even you.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? Have you heard anything?
It's funny, I've been searching for her too. I need some pills. But the woman is a phantom, if you ask me.
Really? And why is that?
The word is she ain't real. She's a cover for some doctor who runs an illegal dispensary for migrants.
What can you tell me about this place?
Nothing to say, really. This is where I used to live, and this is where I live now.
You mean you used to have a better life?
Yeah, I had a wife, a home, and a job. I even used to have a name. Now I'm just Ben. Ben the tramp.
You don't have anywhere to go? No family that would welcome you?
Not since the death of my wife, Albert's mother. She was sick, you see. Long before the flu and all this shit.
Perhaps you could focus for a moment and tell me your troubles.
I'm sick, broke, and my son just stole my pills. Everything's coming up roses.
Whatever the boy did, I'm sure he didn't deserve a public execution.
I swear I didn't want to hit him. It's just that I'm sick in the end, you see, and the boy he just failed me last nerve.
What is it, Benjamin? It was the war, wasn't it? Your nerves are shot, aren't they? I need some answers, Private. From one soldier to another.
The doctors called me a liar, a coward. Put me in a straitjacket, locked me up. Finally, they sent me back to the front lines with a handful of tablets.
It's a pity that doctors still practice such barbaric methods. It's a dishonor to our profession.
Now only the pills stop me thinking about this shit. To not hear the explosions. I'm even scared of the dark these days.
I have found a very interesting letter. Your son planned to prove his worth to the gang by stealing your medicine.
Oh, I see. So the little bugger thought he could use his dad to build a reputation.
The gang's recruiter was dead when I found him. Perhaps you should take better care of your son.
I love my Albert, sir. Believe me. It's just... well, I'm an arsehole, I suppose. Anyway, thanks for the letter. This is for your trouble.
Recording.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
I won't end up another drunk arsehole littering the streets.
How are you, boy?
I'm not your boy.
Goodbye.
You're an assholes.
Boots will be proud of me. Me, I'll not die in some piss.
stinking alley reeking worse than a week old lappy.
Why is that letting go? I have no reason to do this.
Good evening, miss.
Good evening, sir. Are you interested in a miraculous cure for this unknown and deadly epidemic?
Actually, I am.
Then you have come to the right place. The famous Swanborough cordial is all you need to help keep you in perfect health.
Oh, really? Why didn't I hear about it during my studies? I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, my brother has spoken of your research, sir. I'm Loretta Swanborough, and it's always a pleasure to meet a fellow healer.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like to talk about competition.
Competition, you say?
Never met her, but it seems she provides some sort of medical care to the poor. The whole thing has to be some sort of scam, if you ask me.
Tell me, who intrigues you most in Whitechapel?
The region itself is something to see, but I would say Camellia the mute florist who gives away her flowers.
What do you think of the locals?
Most of them are afraid or desperate. They all come to me eventually for my remedy.
Is there anyone I should avoid?
Cadogan Bates, without a doubt. The bloody bastard remorselessly exploits poor migrants as soon as they get here.
Loretta, your miraculous formula wouldn't even cure a common cold, and you know it.
The Swanborough's cordial's secret ingredient is hope, Doctor. And it's something people around here really need.
A placebo effect is real and has benefit. But in your case, you could be murdering your customers who may die because they are not receiving the necessary medical attention.
Medical attention? In Whitechapel? Trust me, my cordial is the best option they have, since it is the only one.
If your true purpose was to help, you wouldn't take money from the poor for your snake oil.
Oh, but to pay for it is part of the process, Doctor. If it were free, they wouldn't believe in it.
Oh, it's not true.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine you're selling.
There we go. It's here.
Good evening, sir. Do you remember me?
If you're here for a reward, you'll be sorely disappointed. But I'll gladly shake the hand of a fellow countryman.
I'm not here for a bounty. I'm a doctor. Dr. Reed from the Pembroke.
A doctor? In Whitechapel? What an opportunity. My name's Bates. Cadogan Bates.
Do you require assistance Mr. Bates?
Not me, but your skills could help a lot of people round here. That would help my business, because I say a live tenant's a paying tenant.
I'm looking for Dorothy Crane. She's a nurse. What can you tell me about her?
Dorothy Crane, bless her soul. I really should thank her someday.
Has she treated you?
No. When I need a checkup, I'd go to a bloody doctor, not some back alley clinic full of sick foreigners.
I like how he's inquiring, but he doesn't follow up. Like, what do you mean? Where's the clinic?
What help could I possibly be to your business?
That's simple. I already get good money from all those fleeing the war. Can you imagine what they'd be willing to pay if I could offer medical assistance too?
Mr. Bates, do not make me regret saving your life in this quarantine zone.
I understand, Dr. Reed, you're from a good family. Don't want to get your hands dirty. That's fine. I'll be happy to act as your middleman.
If I were entering into the world of street medicine, it would be on my terms and without such dubious associates as yourself, Mr. Bates.
So it's a no then. That's too bad. The Reed tonic could have really helped people, you know, save lives. Isn't that what you do? I mean, people buy that Swambra shit.
It's unusual to see someone so happy around here, especially considering the current situation.
Why should I be sad now? There've always been wars, disease, tragedy. There always will be.
That's an unusual way of seeing things in these trying times.
I don't see why I should shed a tear for another man's woes. I'm healthy, and I intend to stay so.
What is your business, exactly?
I offer fair lodgings for a modest price to the poor and weary of Whitechapel.
I see. And what about those who cannot pay?
Well, deals can be done, if you know what I mean. Money's not the only currency. After all, I'm not immune to a pretty face.
In other words, you take advantage of these poor lost souls.
Begging your pardon, I thought you was a man who could appreciate the complexity of the modern world. Things ain't just black and white, you know.
Tell me, what's your honest opinion of the increasing violence in London?
People are just beginning to discover what we've always known. This city's rotten to the core. They just took their bloody time to wake up and notice it.
What do you mean?
People are acting like the violence is news. But it's always been savage down here. It just bubbles to the surface every now and again.
I'm looking for Dorothy. Tell me truthfully, why are you so thankful?
By keeping my tenants alive, she's making me a rich man. Every month they live, it's more coin in my pocket.
You seem to have recovered well since your attack. Do you ever think about what happened to you?
Not much. It was a fucking nightmare. Savages, absolute bloody savages. Their appearance. Jesus. It made me want to puke.
You'd better not come back here. I won't be around next time to save you. Goodbye, Mr. Bates.
What do you want? Leave me alone.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I'm looking for Nurse Dorothy Crane.
There is no Dorothy Crane here. Now, goodbye.
I'm afraid this medical leaflet says the opposite, sir.
Really? Well, I'm afraid I'm going to close this door right now. Go bother someone else, Mr. Doctor.
To enter that house, I must discover who this man really is. Maybe I could start by observing what he's up to.
Maybe you shouldn't have said you were a doctor.
Mr. Bates.
Evening.
Since I took an oath to help people, can I be of assistance?
Well, seen better days, that's for sure. But it was bound to happen with all these refugees about.
In Infecting you is probably the last thing on these people's minds. Take this, in any case.
What? You give me this for free? Don't have a clue about this place, do you?
Goodbye, Mr. Bates. It's locked, all right.
A strange man was at the door with a pass for our medical facility. I refused him entry.
Darius, how could you know he didn't need our help?
His clothes were too finely tailored to be for Whitechapel.
Perhaps just a friend of that stray poet who is always about.
Richard Nithercott? No, not of the same cloth, this man. I suspect some machination from that journalist.
Clayton Darby. Is he still asking questions?
Yes. I saw him drifting around St. Mary's Church. I swear he is tracking me just downwind.
I must talk to that journalist or the poet. They must know about Darius. Nearby the church they just mentioned.
Okay.
Cheap price, good quality. Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid. Welcome, sir. Please, take a browse of my wares.
I'm Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Doctor? Interesting. I'm Barrett Lewis. Usually I don't have time to waste with talk, but at this hour of the night I can hardly refuse.
Have you heard of a nurse called Dorothy Crane?
Nurse Crane? So the bitch really is a nurse, then? Always thought she was just some crafty foreigner, that one.
So she's trying to help her fellow immigrants. Why would that make her a villain?
Dorothy Crane ain't even a real name. Something like Dorothea Craniu. Something like that. Came to England fleeing the war, I was told.
That doesn't explain why she irritates you so much.
Your precious Nurse Crane gives away medical supplies and prescriptions for free. I offered to sell it for a fair cut, but no. Miss Crane wanted to play the quiet saint.
How is business around here?
Business? I have no business. Between this racket, theft, and customers getting scared, I'm losing money every day.
I see. Sounds like you blame someone in particular for your situation.
It's no secret Joe Peterson spends his time harassing merchants. But with me, he's trying to put me out of business once and for all.
As a merchant, you see Whitechapel every day. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary recently?
Well, you mean besides the epidemic, the war, and all the usual crap? As long as I can remember, this part of town has been a bottomless pit, and no sign of the bottom yet.
Violence is increasing in the borough.
Yeah. A few nights ago, some blokes jumped me. Came out of one of the condemned workshops. Fever, madness, something like that.
Where did this happen? Why did you go there?
In the closed workshops nearby. I worked there as an apprentice in better days. Now I only go to find trinkets or tools. Too bad I was mugged, though. There was good money in that little box of loot I lost.
Hey, Norbert, how goes it?
Have you been hurt?
No, but that's only because I ran like hell. Those men were raving lunatics, I tell you. Not even able to speak anymore, just screaming.
Doing good, doing good. Still getting my bearings here.
Right then. Show me what...
So. No.
Excuse me, sir. I have a few questions for you.
Another journalist? I didn't answer the first one, so piss off.
I'm not.
Hope you like this one. It's another rare game.
You say? It's quite a rare breed in this part of town.
To be honest, I expected better.
But still, here I am.
So far.
Dr. Jonathan Reed, at your service.
I'm Joe Peterson to some, but Colossus Joe to most. And I don't remember asking for your service, sir.
I like it, but it's very janky. As for the story, I'm still like trying to care.
Have you heard of a nurse named Dorothy Crane? She's a colleague of mine and is supposed to live.
There is no queen.
Dorothy Crane. Yeah, I know her. One of the few good souls who dare to help the sick around here.
Could you please tell me more about her?
She's a nice girl. Tries to help the migrants. I offered to give her a hand, but she said my reputation would attract too much attention.
I guess there's a queen concept. Yes. Like her. But does anyone?
According to you, physicians are scarce in this part of town. Why is that?
Not familiar with this neighborhood, are you? I guess your fancy colleagues are too afraid of being stabbed in the back.
This part of town does have quite a reputation. Would you say it's justified?
Totally. Look at me, for instance. I always look my opponent in the eye before knocking him out.
Combat could be better, but the social aspect of it was fun. I better not be playing whack-a-mole with people getting sick and me having to go around town to deliver medicine, because I just won't. And yes, the combat is kind of...
May I ask what you do around here?
I do whatever I want, and sometimes even more. Now sod off.
How did you become the local bully everyone is afraid of, Joe?
There's no pride in roughing up poor bastards. But this is the only job I've found. And it pays well, too.
A job? So you're racketeering for someone else?
I got enlisted by the Wet Boot Boys, a gang from the docks. I'm their muscle for their dirty work.
Most people don't become thugs when unemployed. This is a choice you made.
I don't care what you think, sir. I do what I have to do for my own reasons, and that's that.
I'm not sure Mr. Lewis would agree with your by all means necessary philosophy, sir.
Oh, do you really think he's the poor victim here? Barrett can be as sneaky as anyone. Long ago, I even called the bastard my best friend.
And there's a lack of quality of life in a bunch of things.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Excuse me, sir. Are you familiar with this part of town? Name's Clayton Darby, reporter.
Sorry, I'm new to Whitechapel. But perhaps you could help me since you're a journalist. My name is Jonathan Reed.
Dr. Reed, the famous surgeon. I'll gladly help if I'm able, sir.
Do you need assistance?
That would be nice of you, Doctor. Who knows what I may have caught during my investigation.
If you persist in investigating the most pox-ridden boroughs of London, you must accept the risks.
Thank you, sir.
What is a journalist doing in this borough after sunset?
He goes where none of his colleagues would dare to go, to inform the country.
So you risk your life to reveal the truth. I saw many reporters do the same during the war.
Whitechapel is the crucible of so many untold stories and tragedies. I want people to know them.
That's quite honorable of you. But is the public interested?
Not at all, sir. And that's why I'm an independent journalist, hoping to sell some stories.
Why are the newspapers keeping silent about the Spanish influenza? It's as though none of you care.
There's a war going on. People shouldn't be demoralized by news of deadly diseases.
It's a disgrace. People are left to die alone. No one is properly informed of the risks.
These are bad times indeed. So much for the glorious British Empire.
Have you any idea of the danger you face in these streets at night?
I've had to run and hide more than once from frenzied mobs incensed by the fever. Do you think the flu is really responsible for this, Doctor?
I must confess, some of my rational views have been shaken by recent events.
I'll remember to stay away from the district's roughest streets then.
I heard you're investigating an underground medical dispensary in Whitechapel. What do you know about it?
Not much, I'm afraid. They are wary of strangers, and I'm not really an acquaintance of theirs. Why do you care?
I'm afraid one of the nurses from the Pembroke Hospital may be involved with unsavory activities.
Ah, could it be Dorothy Crane?
Without a doubt, you are a damn fine journalist, Mr. Darby. What do you know of her accomplice, a man named Darius?
I don't know much about the man. He's very cautious, never goes out, doesn't seem to have any friends or family.
He has no relatives at all?
No, except for that strange man, a poet named Richard Nethercott, who sometimes comes by. Darius would never let him in.
Where can I find this Mr. Nethercott?
He spends most of his time lurking around Whitechapel, talking to himself or declaring verses. These days, you can usually find him behind the church.
He never goes out?
No. A few days ago, he unexpectedly did. I followed him, but it was just a ruse to keep me away from his house.
Really? How do you know?
He went to the nearest mailbox, but just before posting his letter, he ripped it up and threw it away.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell. Forgive my interruption.
Do not apologize, my son. Father Tobias Whitaker is always happy to teach mortals about the incoming Armageddon.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reed, and I just have a few questions.
A scientist? You are much more lost than I thought, my son.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like the liberal ideas of nurses, but I especially abhor that Nurse Crane you mentioned.
Teach me all about that Armageddon.
So, you're not exactly a fan of Florence Nightingale's work. But nurses are essential for modern healthcare.
Nuns should be the only women allowed to take care of male patients. It's obvious only they have the necessary moral fiber.
The big dick Geo just said 80k damage. He's almost getting to my record.
Why do you hate Nurse Crane more than other nurses?
Before coming to London, she was a member of the communist resistance in her country. That's what happens when you let a woman get involved in politics.
Trying to improve, but the artifacts are not helping. You should do my event.
What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences. And most of them can't see the plain truth.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know? Blinded by science as I am.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers about the Armageddon about to strike the city. Answers about the hidden truth.
Well, I suppose I can spare a few minutes listening to your so-called truth.
As a doctor, you must be aware of the decimating epidemic. But let me tell you that this so-called Spanish flu is just the beginning of the end.
What do you mean?
The beast is finally revealing itself, corrupting the flesh and the heart of men. With my own eyes I have seen them, those minions from the abyss.
Really? And what would be your answer to this biblical threat?
We must fight the disease before this legion outnumbers us. But not with scalpels and microscopes. No.
What is left then?
Cleansing fire.
Of course.
Tell me, Tobias, what exactly is your plan concerning the cleansing of this city?
God will recognize his own. More than once this city has risen from the ashes, hardened and purified by the flames.
Fire is just the instinctive answer of a caveman facing something he does not understand. This is the 20th century.
Your lack of faith is predictable. But my task is to convince rational minds like yours to see the light. This is God's will.
You're mad and dangerous. You're nothing but a soulless butcher. A small-time Torquemada. The Savonarola of Whitechapel.
My son, if you think salvation is a free gift, go listen to the lies of that pompous fool, Joseph.
Joseph, a fool?
Vicar Larrabee of St. Mary's Church. While he continues preaching his fraudulent redemption, more and more people die in the streets.
What do you mean?
All's
quite a...
But you...
I am. But the answers I seek are based on facts, not superstition. What do you mean?
All's
quite a...
But you...
Well, what do you...
The beast...
I have heard enough. Goodbye. Good evening, Mr.
It's far...
Have you any friends? Any family left in these terrible times?
No. But I have a disciple I see as my son. He is so devoted. I sent him to preach the good word in the heart of this corrupted city.
Church people are always a hoot, aren't they?
Where did you send him?
I sent Samuel to the Stonebridge Cemetery, where the pestilence and evil grows night after night.
You sent him on some preaching crusade during the epidemic.
As a true believer, Samuel will fear no evil while he walks through the valley of the shadow of death.
Do priests quote Dante's Inferno?
I have heard enough for tonight. Goodbye.
Don't be shy, handsome. What can Christina do for you?
I'm not looking for what you're selling, but I'd like to ask you a few questions, if I may. I'm a doctor, Dr. Reed.
All right then, but be quick, though I usually get paid when I open my mouth.
Who are you?
Do you need any assistance, Miss Popper?
It depends on the price of your medicine.
I'm shocked that you would think I am that sort of man.
Forgive my suspicion. I'm so used to liars with good manners. Thank you, sir.
Thought you would need medicine for the crabs.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? Anything you can tell me about her would be helpful.
I don't know her, but I know her name is Dorothea Crăciunescu. She came from Romania like me and many others.
You seem to respect her.
Dorothea helps the sick people of Whitechapel. Everyone should respect that.
Christina, have you been examined? The epidemic is spreading fast in London, and you could be exposed, or expose others.
I don't like doctors or hospitals, but I don't like you asking questions.
Considering your line of work, I assure you it is only a matter of time before you have health issues.
If it is going to happen, it will happen. Right now, I need money. That's what's important.
You can put your own life in danger, that's your decision. But what about your clients? If you're contaminated, you will put them in danger too.
And you think that would worry me? If you knew the men I deal with, their health would not be what you'd worry about.
Clayton Darby claims he will expose the crisis in Whitechapel to all of London. Do you believe him?
I believe Clayton's courage will erode with time, until he finally leaves Whitechapel to start another fight somewhere else.
Why this skepticism?
How can you speak about starvation if you've never been hungry? Or about poverty? Or anything else you have never suffered from?
Are you talking from experience?
I've seen your type come here to get a good fuck in a cheap room or a dark alley before going back to their fancy houses in the West End.
Tell me about yourself.
Are you joking with me? People don't usually come to see me for conversation.
I have no interest in your work. I am, however, curious as to what led you into this career.
Short story. The war, exile, and England. This country is not especially welcoming. I've been refused many jobs because of where I am from. I had few options left.
I always thought I was the master of my own fate. But now I know we don't always have control over our lives. I don't judge you.
You know, this money is not only for me. I have good reasons to need this money quickly, but it is not your concern, Doctor.
Goodbye, miss. Take care of yourself as best you can. The content of Darius' letter to his children could give me more leverage to enter. Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed. I'd like to ask you a few questions. I know what you're thinking. A tall stranger who meets a girl in the street at night. It reeks of the penny dreadfuls. But I mean you no harm, truly. I know you understand what I'm saying. Your silence has nothing to do with you being mute, does it? Melia, I know you work for Dorothy Crane. Please tell me about her secret dispensary. A stubborn and mute comrade. Nurse Crane and Darius Petrescu have been clever. Very well. Goodbye then.
But I could circle around. Lots of useless paths.
There is no protection against malevolence and trickery.
This seems like a safe place.
An angel made flesh, I tell you.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions.
Please be my guest. Although I may not be the best informant regarding this part of town, my words speak about that which the eyes cannot see.
Really? Are you an artist of some kind?
I'm a poet, sir. Richard Nethercott, at your service.
May I ask what you're doing at this hour of night, sir? Do you live here?
Not at all. I'm just enjoying the pleasure of a quiet walk. Though night talks are always preferable, if you ask me. Especially with strangers.
If you say so. But as a physician in a time of epidemic, I must caution you to avoid unnecessary exposure, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. But we both know the seeker of truth has to go boldly where the weak dare not.
But are you not afraid of the epidemic?
Oh, why should I? I see some equity in the Spanish flu. No flesh should be saved, say the scriptures. Good or evil, rich or poor, all are equal in the eyes of the flu.
What are your thoughts on the terrible situation in this city?
Terrible, you say? No. Of course, the death of so many innocents is a tragedy. But the scourge has not been all bad for the city. Oh, no, sir.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember London before the flu? Noisy, cacophonic, quiet nowhere to be found. And now, listen to this oddly peaceful silence.
Yes. The enjoyable silence of the grave. You have a unique perspective on the situation, I must admit.
Most people fail to understand my perspective. I don't blame them. But how could I call myself a poet if I veiled my feelings?
Are you aware that your life could be in danger in this part of town?
But this is where I must be to feel the real beat of the city. I had to come, see it for myself, alone.
If some misfortune came upon you, who would be here to help you?
Well, you for a start, my dear doctor.
I understand your need for solitude, but it's not safe around here.
I don't care. I don't have many friends, Doctor, and my family despises me.
I wonder why.
Tell me, Mr. Nethercott, why seek inspiration in Whitechapel?
The place is not beautiful per se, but how to explain it? Stirring and challenging.
Do you not think it a little morbid?
On the contrary, sir. Whitechapel is full of life, full of beauty. Just like my dear muse, the wonderful Camellia.
What can you tell me about Camellia?
Not much. And that's the beauty of it. She can't speak, you know. She's a locked mystery who exhales kindness and sweetness.
And have you ever tried to learn more about her? Where she lives? How she survives? Whom she may know?
Maybe I prefer she remains an enigma. Reality can be so dull, don't you think?
Perhaps you're just afraid to find out the truth about your muse.
One day, perhaps, I'll ask her to come with me. But will she still be my wild flower of Whitechapel if she moves uptown?
In what way, exactly?
The struggle by gaslight, the barren smiles and the added hunger under the rain.
If you say so.
Such vibrant antagonism and vivid paradox. The stripped humanity raged across each street.
Vivid, of course, yes. And what about the poignant distress?
Oh yes, the poignant distress. You see what I mean, don't you? That's what I want to write about, and that's what Whitechapel is made of.
This man is such a psych.
Did you know the mute florist is a member of a secret society?
No, I didn't. But I thank you for this information, sir. For it only enriches the mystery surrounding the precious Camellia.
Are you not curious? Is there not more you wish to know?
That girl has not an ounce of malice in her. Whatever she may be hiding, it's certain to be for the benefit of most, if not all.
I fear you are a hopeless romantic, Mr. Nethercott.
Guilty as charged, Dr. Reed.
May I ask you a few questions about the district?
Extraordinary part of town, is it not? I'll be glad to help you, if I can.
I'm looking for Dorothy Crane, a nurse who lives in this vicinity.
Dorothy Crane. Oh, I love the name. The Crane of Whitechapel. Sounds very mysterious. But, sorry, no, never heard of her.
What can you tell me about an old man called Darius?
Darius Petrescu? Yes, I know him. At first, I thought he was only a small publisher. I invited him to publish my work, but his reaction was pretty clear.
Not interested in your talent?
Darius is an old political activist who takes delight in printing tracts and lampoons. Those communist activities only require mediocre writing skills.
Okay.
I'll leave you alone, sir. Darius is a bit less of a mystery now. It should not be that difficult to incite him to let me in.
Fucking commies. Hell yeah.
Richard Nethercott. I understand he is quite fond of you, Camellia. Very well. Goodbye then. This man stunned me with his faith. His crucifix. This is not good news.
That happened before in a cutscene. What's the surprising part about this? It's so weird that there are lamps illuminating doors, but you can't interact with those doors. Like, it's not video game language. You'll just leave money away? That's a lot of guys. Camera, please.
Hello, sir. Sorry to disturb you at this hour. I'm a doctor inquiring about the epidemic. May I come in?
A doctor, you say? No, thank you.
All right. I shan't insist. Goodbye for now, sir.
That looks like the blind man that I was looking for. Where's the guys? Okay. Guess that's for feeding on 10 rats or something? Oh no. This is where I fight Father Gascoigne? Got a couple of fireballs on me. Yep. Gotta try to get him far into. Gotta try to lower his health a lot before hitting phase 2. can't parry phase 2 for the life of me. Why? Why would the lock-on change from the guy I just hit?
Somebody help!
Don't lock onto the NPC.
Are you all right, miss?
I don't know. Who were those people? They wanted to kill me. Why?
They've lost their minds in the epidemic. They won't come back for now.
You seem to know a lot about them, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm investigating this disease.
I am Xiaoxun. Thank you so much for helping me, Mr. Reed. I must go to the cemetery now. Goodbye.
This is the cemetery.
Carnage. Is Father Whitaker's disciple among the bodies, I wonder? This man's far too old to be Samuel. No. By the look of his clothes, this man's a docker. Samuel isn't here. I had better follow the blood trail. It's locked, all right. Shouldn't you go back home?
Maybe later. But
Going to pretend I care.
As I feared, Samuel no longer preaches the good word.
the camera really hates the blood sucking. Which is weird because it's an integral part of combat, but sure.
I cannot enter.
He seems to want to stay. Who might care? The band Whitechapel. What is that? Does it look like you have a flamethrower? Huh? Grenade? Large beast? So in the same street we have humans, vampires, and a werewolf? What a hodgepodge. I hate that they take a long time to drop the shit, because oftentimes I just leave shit behind, because I thought they didn't drop any.
This could be the box Lewis thought he lost. There's a letter inside.
Please, I don't have your money.
Come on, Barrett, you know the game. You pay for peace of mind.
Can't you just look the other way this week, Joe? Come on, we...
I didn't retrieve.
You sort it out, right? It's not my call, Barrett. You pay one way or another. Please, Joe.
Isn't that what I did? Not sure I follow this. I'm starving.
The walls of your home will not protect you.
Good evening, Mr. Whitaker.
It's Father Whitaker, my son.
I have found Samuel, your disciple. I am afraid I have bad news.
I already expected the worst. He should already have come back. He is dead, isn't he?
Yes, he is now. The epidemic took him.
Samuel steadily made donations to our cause. He would have rewarded you himself if you'd found me in that awful cemetery. Please accept this money.
What? A priest just gave money? Yeah, there's some stuff in video games that you just can't believe. Suspension of disbelief has limits.
Your disciple, Samuel, stole from the dead in Stonebridge Cemetery. I have proof of his crime and proof of his death.
No! Samuel was the best of us. So devoted, so zealous. He gave all he had for the cause. He tirelessly preached the good word.
He defiled the dead with his petty thefts. That's how he financed your misguided crusade.
Think what you will. When this city is saved, he will be praised for his devoted fortitude. He walked boldly into the mouth of abomination.
Your precious Samuel used you. He was an immoral crook.
If that's true, then he will be my burden to bear during this endless night.
I have heard enough for tonight. Goodbye.
Oh.
You again?
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
I should never have taken up my father's business. Fancy bite.
You never... Joe Peterson. He's the villain here, isn't he? But you seem to know each other.
I'd known Joe for years. I saw him box once or twice. He was a friend then. But these days, he's just another thug.
What can you tell me about Mr. Peterson? Besides his behavior toward you, obviously.
Colossus Joe was a decent boxer, good one even. But after his wife passed away, he found every excuse to stop training. Just wanted to pick fights with everyone.
It's never easy to find a new path in life, especially after the loss of a loved one. But crime is certainly not the best option.
We've all had some rough times, haven't we? But most of us don't use our fists to see us through.
And no one has ever stood up to this thug.
Nobody would be fool enough to stand against a wet boot boy.
Right then.
Alright, alright. Well, it's getting late and I need food. We'll see. We'll see more of this tomorrow. I'm gonna go. But, yeah. Have a good night, guys. Thank you for hanging out. I will be back. I guess not tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday. But I'll be back Sunday with more Vampyr. You take it easy too. Have a good night. Goodbye.